Hi everybody, hi Eve. Hello. Sorry I am late. I've been doing some work and I didn't notice that that it was time already. Super late. Yeah. 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 It happened. It really happened. But hey, how are you doing? How is it going? It's Thursday. Tomorrow it's Friday already, so I hope everyone's having a good time. Hope everyone's having a good time. My god. Ugh. I'm just sending out notifications, don't mind me. Hi Maniacal Foreigner, hi Dory. Hope you and Chad are good. I am good. Chad, are you good? Ella has a cat tower. Ooh, nice. Hi Amanda. But hey, glisten. Glisten, we're starting Final Fantasy III today! Hi Larkspur! It is time to finally continue our silly adventures. And I'm hyped! And I'm hyped! I've been waiting. A big Pixel remaster. With original music and, yeah, with the original music. I kinda like the... Stop! Buddha! I will kick you out! I like the Pixel remaster, I think they're nice. Hold on. Why are there 3 different Final Fantasy III on Twitch? Which one am I supposed to pick? Which one am I supposed to pick? Hi Chris! I'm having trouble! Oji, Euro and other? What? The correct one? You're not helping! None of you are helping! PlayStation. Oh, okay, the first one is PlayStation Portable. I don't think that's... I'm guessing the 94 one. Yeah, this one. Okay, never mind. I figured it out! No, they're the same, the same. The year is just different, but I figured it out. It's fine. It's fine. What? Why are you bowing? Why are you bowing? It's fine! It's fine! Hi, Basil. I have music in my head. What kind of music? What kind of music is playing in your head? You going to suplex a train? Why would I? Eve! It's fine! Get a glass of water! Take a deep breath! It will be fine! Pink Floyd? My god. Where did that come from? You want frappe? Frappe! 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 Whoops! Whoops, I broke it. Whoop! I mean, I broke music. Never mind. It's fine. We're switching now. Sorry. Hello! Ooh! Can I... Why are you in full screen? Please, smaller, please. Be nice and cozy. Yes. Transform, reset. Reset! Fucking studio mode being busted as always. Did you win yet? I never win. What do you mean? What was I supposed to win? Do I look like I win anything? Okay, font style classic BGM time not arrangement original. Fuck arrangement. I'm not saying arrangement is bad, but this is not what I'm here for. We're going to name your guys. You guys get to pick your guys. I will name them after you. Oops. What flavor VGM hides knows? The only way to win is not to play. I want to be a cute one. I don't know which one is cute. I have never. God damn it. What they are colors? If they want to be the pink one? I don't think you didn't have to tell me. I mean, I figured it out. Frankie. You know Frankie? I want pink. I know you want pink. Who want to be? Which one is supposed to be Grzegorz? Blue? Blue? Can I put the whole name? You're fucking lucky. This full thing. No, it's not. Grzegorz Brzy. No. Grzegorz. Close enough. Okay, we still have red and green to pick. Guys, who wants to be yellow? There's no yellow. Shrek? Okay, okay. It's green? Yes, it's green. Who is the red one? Glitter? You want glitter? Farts? No, we're not naming them farts. You don't get to name them after saying the game is shit. Glitter? Fine. Confirm. Yes. Who is this bold man? Into the silence, one of the Gulgans prophesied. The great earthquake was only the beginning. The tremors tore the land asunder. The crystal sources of the world's light were swallowed into the depths as monsters emerged from the chasms beneath the earth. Yet that was nothing compared to the catastrophe to come. Something fathomless, ominous, and laden with sorrow looms on the horizon, but hope is not yet gone completely. 4 souls will be blessed with the power of light, and so it shall begin. Four orphaned youths raised by Topapa in the rural village of Ur were out to test their mettle. They came across a cave, one of the very same that formed when the crystals were lost to the earth. Why there's no space? What started as a simple game of exploration became so much more. Ur. Why do I feel like I've heard of Ur before? Ouch. Looks like you fell through a sinkhole. Now what do we do? Are you sure this is a good idea? Maybe we can climb out. You wanted to go exploring, don't be such a scaredy cat. Hey, quit squabbling, you two. We need to find a way out of here. Why are they playing by... Not even doing anything. They are alive. They are where? Ah, goblin! Can I be in the lead? Sure. What's its shithole? Blue and blue text. Shoo high! No! Eve got kicked. Ah, Shrek is so agile. Why do they hit me? I don't know. Maybe they don't like pink. Pilk. What were those monsters doing here? We're in a way over our heads. What the fuck was that accent? We're in way over our heads. Let's get out as fast as possible. Keyboard. Confirm. Space, tab, Q, WSD, page up, speed, encounters, yeah. I don't think this really... This looks exactly the same like both the other games, so... Formation, you want to be in the lead? Scoop! Hi! They still have the wasted attacks? Hmm? 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 Nanny the fuck? Why all Onion Knights? It makes sense that Shrek is an Onion Knight, I suppose. Quick save. Yes. Oh, they have to get new classes later. You're all onion. The chest contains potion. The chest contains leather shield. If they want a leather shield, who gets a shield? I want to cast big magic. Then what the fuck? Why do you want to be in the front? Grzegorz will get the... Because I can. I still feel bad I missed out on a lot of Final Fantasy in my lifetime because the only time I joined this fandom was 9 years ago. Listen, I understand. The first Final Fantasy game I've played was 14, so I am catching up now as you're watching. This attacks like two dudes, like one goblin, but get killed. Oh. No, they don't do that. They will now attack the next one. If the one you picked is already dead. Hi, Schroner! Huh? My first was FF4? Ooh. What is it? There's something strange about that rock. Now that you mention it. It's a Pokemon! Actually, did I put Eve in the front? Why is Glitter still here? Them still didn't even start the series with any of the good ones. I want to, but I'm broke. My first introduction was the movie. Oh my goodness. They're trying to one-up me. Listen, the only reason why I am not emulating is that the Pixel remasters, they kind of buffed up experience, so you don't have to grind anymore. Because that was a real pain in the ass in the first one. And that's why I've been procrastinating playing this series for a long time. Leather shield! Plus you spawn in the depths of Pixel Remaster, yay. And you get achievements if you care about that. Never grind, just get lost and you'll naturally grind, duh. Duh. The chest contained Antarctic wind. See, the problem was I didn't get lost. I just kept dying in the very beginning because I was too low on my level. Potion. What is the wind? Is that magic? Whoops. What am I doing? mind. Deals ice damage. I see, this feels good when I can contribute into having a stroke. 10 out of 10. Achievements are lame. I'm tired of pretending otherwise. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm not saying you have to care. You do you. But why are you all called Onion Knights? It's because Shrek is here. You don't need any more explanation. Hey, there's the bells, by the way. They hit me again? I'm sorry. Wait, my volume is too freaking high. This looks like a button. Also! Hold on, I don't remember the... Re-equip? Q, okay. So there is a little cheat, well, cheat. In these games, you can cheat a little bit, because you get to see the whole map, you don't have to... You won't get lost. You get to see the map. So you're like, oh, I can see where the chests are, I can see where the freaking way up is. Cheating. Make me a healer? I don't have magic yet. You'll still get lost? No. Really, I always set my games into this emote so I can feel like a god when I play them. Be like, yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't. It's a spring. Yeah, but why is it such an odd color? Let's take a sip. What the fuck? Why would you do that? I'm not too sure about this. Eve, you wanna take a sip? The party drinks from the wellspring. Wow, I feel revitalized. Wow! No one was KO'd. Proton! Hi! They are high, they're not high! Fountain of Youth. What? Door? Oh, wind crystal? What? Is there to program the lines to always play? Don't have them to be conditional? We just did a line of snow and we're like... Who are we looking for this game? And so far we do not know. We are like some random kids. Some freaking kids... what's it called? We are some freaking orphans and we're just chilling in the fucking cave. I don't know. You know, just kids things. Oh. What is going on? A malicious force attacks the party! It's a turtle! Oh, Shrek. You got kicked in the butt. If you wanna use an Antarctic Wind, let's see if it does anything. Oh. Whoa! That dog did do a lot, actually. Okay. Oh, never mind again. Didn't get to use it twice. Just kids finding the epic crystal of wind, you know, normal Thursday. Ooh, crystal. Ooh, Glitter will like the crystal. The crystal shines brightly. You four have been chosen. Wow, the crystal is talking! I give unto you the last of my light, and with it, the last hope of a fading world. As things stand, light will soon disappear, and the balance of the world will be destroyed. Accept the light into your hearts, and the crystals will grant you an unimaginable strength. You have been chosen to be the bearers of our final chance at hope. You cannot allow light to fade from the world. The party is enveloped in a bright light. Lick the crystal. Ah, we're in the void! Within the light, the will of the crystal surged through them. They decided to accept their destiny. And so began a journey to dispel the darkness and return light to the world. I already played the other two! The young heroes received the crystal's power. And with it, the world's last light of hope. Warrior, monk, white mage, black mage, and red mage jobs are now available! Ooh. Zura has biggest expression. Yeah, exactly, 2 years late. Step upon the magic sigil to be transported to the surface. Embrace your destiny, warriors of light. Ooh. Eve, you wanna be a white mage? Wanna be a white mage? I'm guessing Shrek is gonna be a monk? You want black mage? You want to be a healer? You don't be a white mage? Oh god. I'm drinkies. Okay, fine, black mage. We're gonna black mage. I was white mage and oh, I see. Shrek is gonna be a monk. Shrek, do not use weapon. Grzegorz, warrior. And Glitter is gonna be a healer. Yes, white mage, aka you are all the ammo for the blood lily. Wait, guys, a square. Here's D&D nerds. I mean, well, how am I supposed to know? Okay, I'm sorry, I won't. It's just so. Why knife and knife? What? Use a shield, you weirdo. The crystal glows softly, warriors of light. Only you can restore hope to the world, for yours is the light that can balance out the darkness. Okay, hold on. Oh! Wait. Oh, there we go. It can be Eve. There we go. I forgot there's a different button for that. Yes! Ah! Are you sure this is FF3, the music and the UI is exactly as the games before? I know, they all look the same! Oh, fuck. Ooh, I like the music. Anyway, Jakie małe domki! To wy, dzieciaki, gdzie uciekacie? Co to? Będziecie ratować świat? Nie chcecie trochę za duzi na takie głupoty? Źródło wody, sanktuarium może what? Może oddać ci życie, które dostałeś od światła. Nawet z krawędzi życia, śmierci. Nawet tego nie tłumaczę dobrze. Król Sasune i jego no. Zamek jest na zachodzie. On rządzi naszym regionem przy górach parmeńskich, jak taki ser, razem z tą wioską. Kiedy było trzęsienie ziemi, kryształowe... jak to się nazywa? Świątynia, czy coś tam, ołtarz spadł pod ziemię. Zagłębił się pod ziemię. Ten świat zostanie zniszczony. Nigdy nie powinieneś opuszczać domu bez zaklęcia leczenia. Widziałem jedno w szopie. Ostrożnie, tam są potwory. Czemu miałoby być zaklęcie szop? Na południe jest miasto Kazus, ale nikt tam nie chodzi po tym trzęsieniu ziemi w ogóle. A poza tym to tam są potwory i teges. Starsi czekają na was w środku. Wydaje się, że Dan wyczuł... co się wam stało? Wydaje się, że zawsze miał jakieś przeczucie. Jakieś połączenie ze światem duchowym. Nie mogę przejść. Jeżeli chcesz użyć przedmiot, wybierz go z listy. Chcesz używać... eliksiru? Na mnie, żeby to przetestować? Nie chcę! Udzieju jeden. Bandyto, będziesz kraść moje rzeczy, ja nie wiem. A może? Jakie nie są... Jak to się... Oh, never mind. Hello. You're free from Polish mode. What? 80s glasses. Oh my goodness. What? How do 80s glasses even look like? That was terrible. What do you mean? Paint. I already forgot how the crystal looked like. Was it like the... No, something like this, I don't fucking know. You like my beautiful glasses? Oops. get potion stash as potato stash? Oh my god. There's me. My cool ass glasses. I don't have a mouth. Because I don't scream. Take a player stash over a potion stash? Oh my, you're a tenacious bunch of to find me here. Tell you what, I'll give you my secret potion stash. Just check the well. The old grandma threw me into the well! It just contain a potion. Contain a potion. Contain a potion. I'll tell the elder. Oh wait. Potato stash, aka the Polish National Reserve. Isn't that like the freaking the Irish Reserve? Ooh. Are you heading out on a journey? Well, you should rest up first. And don't worry about payment tonight, it's on us. Why is there no space between the freaking thing? I keep reading it wrong. What can I do for you? Nothing. What's potatoes got to do with the Irish? Wait, don't tell me. I bet I can guess your specialties. Hold on. White mage, warrior, monk, and black mage. How'd I do? Well, wow. How amazing. You guessed by the colors of our fucking outfits and the shapes and all of that stuff. This is it. Why do you have wine? Is it a ketchup? Whoa! Oh! I can steal. Hey, you look like you can play the piano. Give us a tune. Do what? A big old boulder is blocking the valley, so I can't get back to Canaan. Nothing left but to drink away my worries. Why? Oh my god, I didn't even notice your silly hair. Ooh. A seasoned traveler always keeps a few antidotes and eye drops on hand. Yes. Or that sand in the eyes. Oh, I'm a dancer, can't you tell? Wanna see me dance? Sure. Amazing. Hey! What the fuck? Can talk to this man. How do you like my routine? What? That was terrible. Don't do that again. Hello? Well, actually, let's go to the elder first. Yes, the spirits have told me exactly what befell you. Now go speak with Elder Tapapa. I believe he has some words of wisdom for you. Ooh. Wait, hold on. I don't know. I don't know what I wanted. I forgot. Wow. Do I get a spell of walking on water? How am I supposed to get over there? Or is that just a sigil? Hello? It's Homak, one of the town elders. In order to understand the power you've been granted by the crystal, you need to be true to your heart. It's Nina, a motherly figure to the 4 orphans. Take care on your journey. You know how I worry so. Interesting. Only the 4th. It's the Papa, the elder who raised the 4 orphans. The Papa, we. I know. To think that you 4 would be chosen by the light. Glitter You must understand that such a meeting was no mere chance. The crystal willed you to it, such is its power. Your souls have been touched by light. You cannot let the strength you've been granted go to waste. You must depart at once and seal away the powers of darkness. I'm going. Safe travels, my children. Take care of your journey. You know how I worry so. Yes, the spirits. Oh, I already did that. We already done. To Papa. Baby, let me out. Hello? I'm begging flowers. Why? Fuck. Okay. Ah! Why is there a spell in a cabin somewhere? Or whatever the fuck. Wow, you guys are terrible. Hello? See that candle southwest to the right? It's actually a switch for a hidden door. Wow. Antidote. Antidote. Ow wow wow. Ow wow wow. I don't know directions, I'm sorry. Oh wow is the only thing. Ow wow wow is the only thing I know. Leather armor. Dagger. Cure. Leather armor. Long sword. I guess you get this and armor. You get nothing. Wait, did I get 2 leather armors? Yeah! But, like, I can give it to him, but I'm pretty sure as a monk he shouldn't have any of this. Oh. Oh my goodness, like Pokemon. There's shit all around. All around me are familiar places, shit everywhere. Oh my god. Whoa. Shrek is powerful! As he should be! He made a paste out of a goblin. What can I do for you? I want to sell a knife. And one of the vests. Or... yeah. Yeah. Or noise. Oh wait, we have a dagger and a sword. Ooh. 10 streak! Wow! Nice. Nunchaku. Is it actually good for you? Guys, hold the fuck up! Hold the fuck up! I forgot to do something very important. What the heck? My warm-ups? God damn it. Fine. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, the thing I forgot for real is I wanted to read some tips on the Before I Play website. You have strong? Maybe I have strong. Okay, so there's only a couple of sentences, so we can just read this. There are a number of dungeons in which all your characters will have to be mage classes, so make sure everyone knows a bit of magic. Oh. The game will often forces classes on you. You will need to be mages at times, as above, dragoons for at least one boss, and magic knights for a number of mid to end game dungeons. Eee! What the fuck? You can have a dragoon! There will come a point in which you need to fly your airship over a large city in order to advance the plot. Okay. Your characters get better at the jobs as their job level goes up. Increased job level also reduces the point cost of transitioning into and out of the job. Oh, you can just switch. Okay, I didn't know that. By and large, your job changing points aren't a problem unless you are at the end game and changing everyone's job at once. Final dungeon is cruel, it is very long and there are no save points. What?! Take it slowly, get some treasure, leave and save, accomplish an objective, leave and save, grind a few levels, leave and save, and do the side quest. The rewards are basically necessary to beat the but maybe this is not for the Pixel Masters, maybe that's different. Who the fuck knows? The point of no return is when you examine a mirror in a room with many statues and no music, but you will have to do another couple of dungeon levels before the last boss. Not long after obtaining the scholar job, there is a dungeon where they really want you to use a scholar for the boss, since it keeps changing its elemental weakness. However, don't make the mistake of turning your black mage into a scholar. Have either both of them represented, or just a black mage. Oh. See, okay, well, that didn't really do anything for me, so that's fine. Wooden arrow? Wait. Can run out of arrows. Is this even dual wooden weapons? Is it good to have to give your monk a weapon? Because something tells me that that's not. No, that's not, but the fuck knows. Fuck yeah. Why did I want to give that to you? What the fuck? You should have named the party now. What can I do for you? Leather shield, leather armor, leather cap, bronze bracers. I read it! I'm not interested. Oh. Hello? What can I do for you? Poisoner. Removes poison, I guess that's good. What? Can you not? Oh, that's so weird. It's strange that they don't let you buy more cure. Why can't I go further? God damn it. Since we still have a bunch of money, I guess I could get stuff for these. I think... Hold on. That doesn't influence your accuracy or anything? Maybe not at this point. Hold on. Google. Google. Final Fantasy 3. Monk Nunchaku. Oh. Okay. So he can have that. But we want it though. Armor. Oh. Okay, people are so unhelpful. What? If you hold... What the fuck is the button? Backspace. You get to zoom around! Oh god. Wait, not here. What can I do for you? We need eye drops. Yeah, I don't know how much I need, but let's say this is good for now. Oh, accuracy goes down if you... well, we will see. Anyway, where are we even going now? Here goes my attention span. I was distracted dressing up my freaking people that I forgot what I was doing. No! There, hold on. There should be a button that's like a journal or something. Or journal. Encounters, speed, minimap. Maybe not, never mind. Never mind. We're going somewhere. Going somewhere. Actually, hold on. Oh. Wait. We need any rest? We might just... I'm gonna get a sleep. One sleep. One sleep, please! Wow. Get the hell out of my way! Where am I even going? Why would you say wow like cars? What? Another town. Kazus. Captain, hello! How are you doing? Eek? Oh, sorry. I thought you might be ghosts too. We're traveling from the west. I came upon the cursed town. I'd stay away from the inn if I were you. It's full of ghosts. Oops. Oh my god. Then why are you here? Why are you here? It's a campfire, wow. Hello? Is anyone over here? Oh, you're a ghost? The cheese curse turned all the villagers to this! Oh, I'm sorry. Tell me something. Hey, get the fuck out of my way! Oh, I cannot buy anything because they all turned into freaking spirits. Fuck. The inn. Wow. Oh. Oh my god, the sideways look. Only a mithril ring made here in Kazus can contain the Jinn's power. This is why the Jinn cursed this town. I got mithril. The Jinn had been trapped in the sealed cavern since the great earthquake, but now he's awakened. Oh my god! Look at them walk! All I want is to have a beautiful complexion back. The townsfolk make a mithril ring for Princess Sarah of Castle Sassoon once. If only we could borrow it. Sid's the name. Oh, Sid! Hi! I'm from Canaan, but a boulder in New Nilv's Valley is blocking my way home. I'm stuck here. Figured I'd spend the night at the inn, and then this happened. What's my wife gonna say? Oh, Sid is married? Say, wanna take my airship for a spin? It's parked in the desert to the west of town. In return, think you can do something about this here predicament? You learned where to find Sid's airship. It's in the desert to the west. Already? Jesus Christ. What's in here? Hello? Why can I read? Ow, ow, ow. Ow, 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 ow. I can't read! Oh my god! Cave. Cave. Mithril mine. Ah. Mommy. Look at the skeleton is dancing in his purple ass shoes. Don't touch Shrek. What the fuck? Uh-oh. Poisons you. No! I made a mistake here. I should have never come here. Oh my god. We are fucking dead. Let's kill me faster so I can reload. Bow, 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 bow. Out. Nope. 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 Not today. Tippy tap on the Titans and shoes. The shoes? Airship! I will hydrate, thank you. Bro, I just got here and I already I have access to an airship? Why? Red! It's your airship! This feels like cheating. Why did I get an airship like 2 minutes after starting the game? Imagine drink driving an airship. I think that Shrek is terrible with the weapon. What is this? What the fuck? A forest. Hello? castle. Hello? The Jin's curse turned everyone in the castle into ghosts. I was only spared because I was out on a mission at the time. If you had a mithril ring, we would be able to seal away the Jin again. Kazus is the only place where they can craft such a ring, but with the curse. How can we hope to find a mithril ring now? Oh, fuck. I opened the doors. Now you'll get the wind inside. Why are there towers? Ooh. Antidote. I drop. Phoenix down! Bow! With an arrow! Why can't I just come to a castle and be like, ooh, a bedroom in a tower? Ooh, it's mine now. Holy arrow! High potion! Oh. God damn it! That's what I get for being. That's what I get for being a thief. Okay, they're not too bad. You should be okay. How dare you, miss? Ellie! Monsters! Ah! Uh oh, Griffon. We have no magic! Wait, we do have magic. Oh fuck, Gregor's dead. Gregor's is fucking dead! Wing Slayer! No, I think I misread that. What the fuck was that? White Slayer. A sword infused with holy power! Except Grzegorz is fucking dead. Grzegorz is dead. He's dead. Oopsie. Excuse me. We need to fix this. And quickly. What? What? Why can't I go in here? The Jin's curse! Oh, yeah, I already read that. What shall I do? What shall I do? Can take a snap the castle? What is this? Who designed this castle? Undead hordes roam the tunnels of the sealed cavern, but if you cast Cure on them, it may do some serious damage. The White Slayer is in the western tower of Castle Sasune. Sasune? Sassoon? Fuck, who knows? It's a holy sword, bane of the undead. However, only a red mage can wield it. Fuck it! I am King Sasune, but as you can see, the Jin's curse has reduced me to this ghostly form. Only by defeating the Jin can this full curse be lifted. Where is the Jin? He dwells in the sealed cavern north of this castle, but without a mithril ring, you will be powerless to seal him away. We heard that Her Highness, Princess Sarah, has one. Oh, how could I have forgotten? The people of Kazas once presented Sarah with a mithril ring, but I fear Sarah is nowhere to be found. Could she have been abducted by the Jinn? Oh, my poor Sarah. We can check out the sealed cavern. Oh, such stalwart warriors. When you reach the sealed cavern, you should know there's a secret door and the skeleton is the key. Fuck, I keep reading it. Please, you must defeat the Jinn and free my people from this wicked curse. Uh-oh, I don't mean to talk to you again. Ah. Why do you hate Raiden? Why can't I take a sip? Explain. King. Wait. Eh? Are there hidden doors? Like in the previous game? Ah, of course. Not really doors, but passages. Blizzard! Leather shield! Hey, let's go! Eve finally gets a spell. Am I gonna be attacked again? Tonfa. Will this be better though? Should be. Okay, there's one more thing. Yeah, over here, I forgot. Wait, hold on. Never mind. I'm blind. 1,000 gil? I get to steal from the castle. Why can't I drink from the room? From the spring? Joel? La 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 la. Oh! I was looking at the wrong chat. I forgot about the fish. The fish! I need to go back to the... Ah. Oh fuck, what is this? What is this? Oh my god. Kill it! No! No! Did we save the world yet? If only. I think Shrek is better without a weapon. Wait, I think I'm in the wrong place, actually. Oh my god, what the fuck? You can't fly over mountains? Bruh. How does that work? Clearly not flying high enough? God damn. Mountain stall. Oh Jesus. Killer bee? It's a bee! Ah! I swear to God. No. Okay, I'm gonna go buy more armor for everybody. Cause oh, you have some armor, but Zhagosh doesn't have anything. Shrek doesn't have anything. Glitter doesn't have anything. Maybe it's not worth it, but eh. It's fine. It's fine. A knife! Oh, you can have both weapons for them. Oh! Okay, that makes sense. I didn't think of that. Save your money? Nah. I'll save my money later. You know that I'm not gonna spend it on anything. You can land in the castle? Wow. Why they do that? Do 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 do. Do do do. God damn it. Dual wielding. Ah, fuck. I see. I see now. And that was a chip bag. Whoa. Why is Eve so hurt? Why is Eve so hurt? I will hydrate. Time to go into the castle tower and sleep. And sleep. Kaiser, hi! Yeah, it's time for Final Fantasy. Let's take a nap in the princess's bed! Someone's gonna be upset at us. Ivory! Hi! We just took a nap in the princess's bed. I feel like this is not good. Like animals. Sealed cave. Hello. Hello. Ah, mummies. Fuck. Magic it. Right, you can use cure and it should hurt them. God damn it. Oh. Mummies. 302! Potion! God damn it. Ah! Oh my god, look at Glitter. She's speaking. She's speaking in tongues. So I'm guessing this is some kind of 3D remaster for the whole thing. How many different remasters of FF3 are there? I don't know. But this is like the remaster of the original, supposedly. Fuck knows anymore. I don't know. I don't know anything. Cure yourself. Oh, never mind. Cure! Gregor. Because Gregor is currently very shit. So I can at least freaking throw a spell. Why are we on the other side? Back attack. Oh! Oh fuck. Poison! Eh? Can you not use magic? This is you're already on their side. Yeah, I know. Ah, Eve is fucking dead. What the fuck? Oh no! Oh my. What? Bones? Ooh, money. Money! What the fuck? The heck? That was a wasted trip? Yeah. Stop attacking me! Kill it! Fire! What the fuck? Is there really nothing here? The king lied to me. Flee! Fuck off! No! 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 Frank, you have to save everybody! Get the fuck out of here! Oh mein Gott! We are fucking dead! Ah, na na na! I think they wanted me to go to the other place first. Maybe. Let's go. Although I will save here first. So what's your history of FF games? The first game I've played was 14, so that should tell you enough. And afterwards what the fuck are those? And after that I really wanted to play just any of them, honestly. And I've been no 14 costs free? 14 isn't. Oh wait, actually yeah, the freaking demo. Well, not demo, it was different when I started. Well, all of them, but yeah, but like in general. Button. But yeah, so I played 14 and then I became really curious with the franchise because I liked the story and I was like, heck, I want to play the rest too! But I've been kind of procrastinating and so I'm only doing it now on stream. And yeah, 1 and 2 we've played last year, I think, or 2 years ago, something, I don't know. So to say, I don't believe you. Why can't I press it? Getting into Series 4 has to be so... What do you mean? Why can't I press the button? What the fuck? Am I stupid or what? I just started again, I'm already confused. Did you play 14 when it first came out or later? I started in 2018. So, just after Stormblood came out. Fortnite is much more lovingly crafted than anything else in the series. Oh, really? makes sense. Yeah, I really like it. Guys, what the fuck? Am I stupid? Why can't I do anything? I haven't played any, it's okay. I'm gonna play all of them and now we'll see. What the fuck? Let me in. I blame Buddha for saying that I will get lost and I will freaking what's the word? Grind that way. My history of the series had someone gifted me 7 for Windows because they thought I'd like it. Big mistake, oh no! Was it that bad? Did you hate it? I have sponge cake. What in the actual fuck is this? Why could I have just drunk in here? I'm stupid. Oh! Oh, stuff. Can I give... glitter? Can you have both? You can! Mithril Helm. Zeus. What the fuck? Was I what? Deals lightning damage. Helmet from Mithril. Why is there so many secret paths? I hate this. Let me go in. Let me go in. I am so confused right now. Can I speak to the... Can I speak to the rock? I'm so fucking lost and I just started. What the fuck? No, 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 king. There was nothing in this cave. I'm gonna go complain to the king. King! King! What about the north cave north of the village? That's where I came from. I think the series, it's different if you played it when it originally came out. Yeah, I do agree. Also, hi, Pira. There's a secret door, the skeleton is the key. Oh my god, my memory is so bad, guys. He told me about that and I forgot already. The original... I doubt it would change much for me since I've played the series these games were based on. Ivory, which game the series is based on? Why should I hit? Oh my god, I didn't go kill them. Oh my freaking god. What's wrong with me? Village RPG genre is an attempt to emulate games like Wizardry and Ultima. Oh. Yeah. I need to go out and I need to heal. We're back here. And we are back out. Goodbye. Pew. I want to know why can this ship fly over mountains? Hi, Vera! You're short man. What the fuck is this? Why am I finding coins? Why do the coins look like they have the Skyrim fucking logo on them? Hello, the airship? See. No, don't poison glitter. Fuck. You need to heal yourself. Jesus. We'll never make it out of here. How is that weird that I'm doing worse every time I come in? Did you say Skyrim logo instead of a dragon? The fucking logo has a dragon on it! What do you want from me? I can go back and heal. No! Not again! Okay, which skeleton is the path? This one? This one? Oh. Hello? I am Sara, Prince of Sasune. Your Highness, what are you doing here? I am here to save my subjects, but I fear I cannot find a clear path through the monsters. Thankfully, my mithril ring spared me from the Jinn's curse. Nevertheless, these caves are dangerous, Your Highness. You should return to the castle. I will not. I'll forge ahead alone if I have to. Oh, you stupid! Your Highness, won't you reconsider? Please take me with you. You cannot seal away the Jinn without my mithril ring. You can just give me that ring. Then I suppose we must. Sara joined the party. Oh, that's right. If you wish to talk to me, press the L button. Don't hesitate to ask me anything. I don't have the L button. I'm Sara, and you are. I'm Glitter. A pleasure. That's not even glitter. That's not even glitter. Oh god. Opportunity for Sara added to inventory missed. Oh god damn it. Actually, you know what? Heal yourself. Attack! Woohoo! I love that white mage chants. Yeah! It's such a nice detail. I could only go so far alone before I reached my limit. It is most fortunate that you came along. I am in your debt. I must use this ring to seal away the Jinn's power and save my people. Please escort me through this cavern. The Jinn can control fire. Perhaps attacking with ice would help with those doused flames. I see. Why does she move like a bug? Antarctic wind! And about the only change they made the characters. Yeah, I was surprised. I thought it would be at least a little bit different. Murder them! Kill! They could have called it 2.5. The graphics are very different. I mean, sort of, but like the characters kind of look the same. I don't know, maybe it's me. Just contained eye drops. Whee! God damn it, Grzegorz. Why are you so soft? Like a sponge. How is Shrek the best character? Is that him? That Jinn! It's a Jinn! Send back, I will use my ring to banish the Jinn. Nothing happened. You think this silly trinket will stop me now? I've joined forces with the darkness and together we are unstoppable. The Jin attacked! You need to weaken him first, that's how Pokemon fights work. Shrek just crashes dudes. You're gonna be so oil leveled again. E. Oh my god, look at him! It's beautiful. You need to heal Shrek. Do 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 do. Ah! Oh no! He was fucking dead. This is lightning damage. I need this. Oh my goodness. It sucks. Eve, get the fuck up! Oh my god. God damn it. Whee! Now, Sora, while the Jin is weakened, use your ring! Sora raised the ring up high. Wow! He's been eaten by the ring. The Jins appeared dispersed like mist. The ring's power sealed him deep within the cavern once again. Thank you so much. I would never have been able to seal away the Jin without your help. All that remains is to cast this ring into the wellspring in Castle Sasune, and the Jin's curse will be lifted. For now, I'll use the ring's power to warp us back to the castle. Yay! Warp! Those fancy effects do not mesh well with the pixelated sprites. I think so too. I wish they let you turn them off, like with the music. But you can have the older music still. But the airship. Princess Sarah threw the ring in. Oh my god, the airship! Sarah, you stupid! What did you do? Bro. Sid is gonna be so upset. There, now the Jin's curse should be broken. We wouldn't be here without you all, thank you. I suppose we must part ways. I have a duty to my father and my people after all. Would that I could travel with you, but I'd only be in your way. Sarah? Come back when you finish your journey. I'll be waiting for you. For as long as it takes. We swore to return. Sarah left the party. I dislike how the character sprites look against the map art in general here. Yeah. Maybe she has learned that we have used her bed, and that's why she teleported us away from the ship. The black mage looks like some sort of melted minion. Do you prefer these? Somewhere in the castle is a secret passage to the treasure vault. I've already been there. You've broken the Jin's curse! You must go to the king. He said he had magic. Portable canoe to... kayak! To beneath you. You've broken the Jin's curse. Oh. Imagine I'm coming up to the king and then like, oh wait, hold on, I'm gonna talk to your guards first. Thank you, brave warriors. You have sealed away the Jin and saved my precious Sarah. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Take this. I trust it will aid you on your quest. Wow! Hanoi! I forget what they were, but I used to love the comics they made, where it was just these sprites. Ooh. What do you mean? We're just walking around, it's fine. It's fine, we're not dead. Thank you, Warriors of Light. Wow. They kept making them and it wasn't good? What? You truly are heroes. The princess missed you. Her room is at the top of the tower to the right. To the light. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Princess, but we just arrived here. Armoire of invincibility. Wow, who is this man? Princess Sarah has been asking after you every chance she gets. She talks of nothing else. I have to stay here with my father. Whether I could travel with you, but I'd only be in your way. Your Highness. Come back when you finish your journey. I'll be waiting for you. I can take a nap in her bed even when she's here, that's amazing. Like, listen, it sort of made sense that when she wasn't here because, like, oops, no one will know, but... Princess, why are you romancing 4 characters at once? Jesus Christ. Fucking ship! They're all sleeping in the same bed. History recorded them as very good friends. Who's this? Well done! I knew you could pull it off. Sid, why are you a dwarf? But you're glad you had my airship, huh? I'm just happy it was used for a good cause. Mind if I ask another favor? Can you get me back to the Mrs. in Canaan? Canaan? Please, she's been waiting a mighty long time. Sid joined the party. Hi Sid. That's the name. Maybe you've heard of me. I'm an expert airship craftsman. I'll have you know. The missus is waiting for me in Canaan. I gotta get back. The way to Canaan is blocked by a boulder in Null Valley. I can't get home. Maybe if you affix a Mithril Pro to my airship, we can burst through the boulder. Tak and the blacksmithing castles might be able to help. I see. He was fine, don't worry. Yay! Sid doesn't have arms. Oh wait, no, he has arms behind his back. I'm stupid. Sid is such a bro. He's in the verification. Thanks to you, I'm back to normal again. I feel fit as a fiddle. Wow. Let me out. Maybe you made an airship that could fly over boulders, it would be an issue. Cause it's made his fortune off of its mine. Artisans from town made weapons and armor out of the mithril here. The only way through the Parmani mountain range is Null Valley, but it's been blocked by a huge rock since the earthquake. Taka's the finest blacksmith around. He lives by himself in this very house. This here is the entrance to the mithril mine. Woohoo! Wow! What can I do for you? No, think about it, Lee. There's a hidden passage in the mine that will take you to the deepest tunnels. To find it, go as far as you can. Take 3 steps from the left-hand side and look closely at the wall. 3 steps from the left-hand side. Thank you, and myself again. Hey! Hey, lady! Never mind, I can't talk to her. She's broken. Whether screenshot this for later reference? You are smart. I will do that. Oh, my healthy glow is back and that's all thanks to you, huh? Me. Amimir. What is this child? Hongshu. Whoops. I screenshotted the wrong thing. The good old days when you could just go to the next village, over and pretend you can't get home because a boulder has upset. Amazing. Wait, I've been here. Oops. Wrong house. Been thinking about the boulder that's blocking the way to Canaan. I reckon if my airship had a Mithra Pro, we could burst through. Say no more. I'll get one ready for you in a jiffy. Where did he go? Well done! No need to thank me, you saved the town after all. This is to show our appreciation. Now, take care of out there. Wow. Let's give that bother so boulder a good old-fashioned whooping. Now that the pro's been reinforced with mithril, it can burst through boulders. I was proud. Maybe I want something from you. What can I do for you? We want fire. Do you want sleep? Do we really give a fuck about that? Thank you. Intellect. Ooh. Nice. A knife. Mithril shield. You know, I made a mistake. Because I'm going to the freaking cave. Give Shrek 2 shields and halos. I might do that. Wait, I can't. Unless... No, I can't let him... He cannot equip a shield, I'm sorry. Which is a problem. Move your butt! Sounds like a skill issue. What the fuck? 0. But yeah, I must first go this cave. Because I'm probably going to find some equipment. So there's no point wasting all of my freaking money on that. But yeah, the backgrounds are really nice, but like they do not match the fucking sprites. Level that one jump to level 10? Shrek is level 10! Go as far as you can. Take 3 steps from the left hand side. 1, 2, 3, and look closer at the wall. Sid! I've been lied to. There's a fucking button here! This is not even 3 steps, that's 2! Oh god. I'm gonna find that kid. Oh my god, look! Look at the black mage, look at the cool ass glasses! Oh, and Shrek also has cool glasses! Mithril sword! What? That's it? Well, that's disappointing. Ah, not this thing. Bonk, 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 bonk. Whee! Defeated 100 monsters already? What the fuck? Sid follows like he's trying to get your attention, but you're ignoring him. He's moving like a bug. Whoa, 2 swords. Oh, wait. Right, I forgot. Monks can have armor, but like only light armor. I'm silly. I forgot. Forgot. What the fuck? Don't hog everything. You need some defense. You turned loot unoptimal? I know. What can I do for you? Fire! Sleep! Let me sell some stuff. Life. The shield. Leather armor. Armor. I could sell this, but I don't know. We'll see. Wasteland? I don't know, I was thinking about it. It is time! Move out of here! For another adventure! Woo! Oh no, don't do that! Ah! Oh my god. Did the ship explode? Good job! Good fucking job! Wow. Sid, was that really necessary? Did you really want to do that? Great ship there, Sid. Great job! I will hydrate. Why can I walk on water? Bugbear. I don't like that. Even anything to say? To be honest, we have to. I should check if he says anything. Hold on. Oh, I didn't heal them after the cave. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Since like that person that T-boned my car and got out and was on the phone saying, yeah, I hit the car again. Phew, we might have already done it. Y'all have nerves of steel. This is all you have to say? Jesus. We might have overdone it. Get out of here, I'm going to bed. Come, Sid, you can... you can sleep in the bed with us. God damn it! We can't sleep in the bed when Sid's here? God damn it, Sid. There's not any landing Yuk away from his good kind of person. Oh god. Like, yes, my state-of-the-art airship. Oh, whoops. It fell apart. Whoopsie. Oh well. Shit happened. Bow, 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 bow. Why can't I sleep in the princess's bed? I'm so sad. I want this bottle of ketchup from the table. They won't let me. They won't let me take it. It's not even final. My third fantasy. It's like, hey, oh, hey, wait. Thanks for your help. If there's anything I can do for you, let me know. Come think of it. If I can put together another airship, I bet you could put it through its paces. But we'll need to make a few design improvements. And no one knows more about that stuff than King Argus. You should go see him. Anyway, thanks again. Come back to visit my town anytime. Come back to visit anytime. I love the party. Why? What? Why would the king know anything about airships? What are you talking about, Sid? This Sid is weird. I hear that long ago a traveling mage hid some medicinal herbs in town. As for the wheres and wherefores, who knows? Okay. I've never been myself, but they say there's a gnome village in the forest down south. A gnome? A gnome village? There's the scoundrel Desch turns away by Salida's head. Then he ups and leaves town. Then he had something to find in a hurry. My Salida was always such a sweet girl. Now the poor thing cries herself to sleep all night. At night, not all night. I found a mullet. Ow, wow, wow, wow. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Oh, Dash, I'm so lonely here without you. You traveled south to Dragon's Peak, where the dragons roost. I miss you so. What the fuck is this? At least this game has like some graphical, what's it called? You know, like hints about where to find a secret passage. The last one was like, good luck. A traveler named Desch wandered into town recently, but he didn't stick around. I'm not sure where he was headed. If you use the mini spell, you can turn into a gnome-sized version of yourself. I sold my last one to a young man named Desch. I don't know if I'm reading his name correctly. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows anything? I cannot read. Oh, Sid. How are you doing, Sid? How's your old lady? I'm glad you stopped by. You see, my wife fell ill while I was away. Come on, honey. You'll pull through. Oh, if only I had an elixir. Oh. Nothing happens. Oh, elixir. Right. Right. I need to find that. What can I do for you? Nothing. Zip. Oh, so I did remember correctly. The original release of this game is contemporary of Ultima 6 Worlds of Ultima. Arrow is a white magic spell that lets you manipulate the wind to damage your enemy. Flying monsters hate it. Oh, I'm a dancer, can't you tell? No, I don't want to see you dance. I already saw that once. It's enough. What can I do for you? Life. Would you just absolutely play? I will play it! Promise! Cure! Which one of you needs cure? Oh, thunder. In. No? What? The SNES port? Why the fuck would I play a port? The trees. Because Buddha likes to see you suffer? That's why I don't listen to him. Ah! I just like getting hurt. Elixir! We need to help. Let's stop screaming, otherwise I'm gonna get yelled at. I'm gonna get yelled at. You show literally hurts these people. They are so. Oh god. Oh, I've already been here. Will never be used. You're wrong. Look at her. She spins. Heavens above. I'm cured. Thank you. Oh, thank you. You went out of your way to help my husband and me. I can't thank you enough. Looks like I owe you one. Again, does that mean I owe you too? I know. Give this candle behind me a jiggle. It will open the way to the hangar where I used to park the old airship. Help yourselves to anything you find down there. Everything. Fruji, thank you for the follow. We'll find everything. We'll take everything from your house. Everything you ever thought of. Everything you ever got. It's all mine. Iron arrow, blind. Phoenix down, golden needle. Gnomish bread. Great bow, potion, gnomish bread. I'm scared of water. I'm scared of water. Old needle, phoenix down, eye potion. Hey, I want equipment. The music is so comfy. It is. Sid be like, help yourself to anything you need. I'm like, okay, I will take everything. What the fuck? Why this tree so big? Cool. Your mother is super cool. Thank you. Never mind. You're not the first person to say that. Welcome, have rooms for 40 gil a night. Would you like to stay and rest your body and mind? I guess. Jesus. It's okay, we only need one bed. Which is silly, considering that even in the second game, you need 4 beds. Why are we reverting? Why are we suddenly back to just 1 bed? I need answers. Sid told me to go see some king. Where the fuck is that king though? Oh, there is he. Fish! Didn't have 4 beds in the budget. Oh god. Oh, we can go. Oh, basilisk. Why does it look like this? Bong bong bong. There we go. Because you look at this thing and you instantly freeze in horror. A horror! A mountain. Parturnax! The artists at Square have a unique take on fantasy folklore? They do. Sorry, my brain is all Skyrim. No, I hate these birds! Also, just realized they told me about Arrow, but they didn't let me buy it. I am Skyrim pilled. Two is not enough. Golden needle. Oh my god, there's more birds. Look at the black mage. He says absolute cinema. I don't know why, but there he is. Ah! Well, that's not he, but that's Eve. Just wants to hug those birds? Oh. You might be correct. Why that old gold needle? Made a mistake. You suggest I know. I'm blind. Oh, I can attack both of them. Never mind. I forgot that's an option. Aero! Finally. Another bird! How many birds are there? It's Bird City! A fresh and exciting bird. Whoa, what the fuck? It's highly effective! Oh, say it's so Pokemon. Hello. Ah! Why would you do that? Fuck! 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 Oh, hi! What's that? Boy. Whoa, how the heck did you guys get up here? Wait, don't tell me. You got captured by the dragon too, didn't you? Huh, losers. The search coming from the dragon's next meal. Touché. I guess you're right. Haha. My name's Dash. I'm Glitter. Gotta be upfront with y'all. I've got amnesia. Can't remember a thing except my own name. I know that I came up here for a reason. I just don't remember what it is. Uh-oh, the dragon is back. Hide! Dragon attacks from the sky! We don't stand a chance against it, we gotta run! Run! Run for your lives! Oh my god, you guys fucked it up. Oh, look at this thing! It's so bony! What I see here is a 6-egg omelette with a side of Hot Wheels. Bahamut! That's not Bahamut! That's some bullshit, Bahamut. The fuck, you missed? I swear to god, Shrek. Oh! Escape! Phew, that was close. Come on, let's get out of here. Uh-oh. Here, you can have this. It's a spell called Mini. I don't think I've got the magic know-how to use know-how to use it anyway. In exchange, mind if I tag along on your journey? Sure, if that's what you want to do. Cool, then it's settled. Glad to know you all. I received Mini from Dash. Wow. Shrek needs Donkey, and Donkey would know what to do. Shrek would no, Donkey would always know what to do. Him being a thing in FF is likely one of the weirder cargo cult things the series does. Was the fight supposed to be winnable? I don't think so. Let's get going. You can jump down, Geronimo! What the fuck? Oh fuck, how did you do that? How did you land so far from the mountain? Hey, what? We are healed. How did that happen? It doesn't make any sense. What is this? Killing cops? I thought it said corpse and I was confused for a second. I'm a gnome from Toz's forest to the south, here to draw water from this magic wellspring. You are welcome to pay us a visit, but you'll need to cast Mini on yourself first. We can't have Bigfoot folk smashing the place up. Status restored. Jesus Christ. Looks like you all know what you're doing. I think I'll come along. I heard from the man in Canaan that the gnome village is supposed to be around here somewhere. Oh, but we can't find it unless we're all miniaturized. That's all you have to say? Letter, help me. Is it in here or? Look at me. Small. But you said that we're all supposed to be miniaturized? Uh-oh. Mandrake! Why do they have horns? Oh my fuck. We're all fucking dead. Just kill me so I can reload. Why am I actually... Why did I just escape? We left them behind. We left them behind. Maybe I have to speak to him. I don't know. We're all miniaturized, but fuck. Wait, I am. Guys, I'm an idiot. I'm in the place that lets you restore your freaking spells, and I didn't think of that. So tiny. Whoa, I get a lot of how tiny I am. But, oh, I can't use my sword. Guess I gotta find it with magic or nothing. Welcome, yeah. To the south. Toz's forest. Oh my god. Here? Ah! What is this? Oh my goodness. Oh! Not a familiar face among the lot of you. There's a tunnel that runs through the Myranos range. You can use it to get to Miralka Basin, home of the Vikings. Look at this tiny ass fucking... well... Why can't I go in? Found Cura. Found fire stuff. Found West. Why am I stealing from them? Why am I stealing from them? If you shrink yourself with a mini spell, your defense falls to 1. Probably best if you fall back during battles. You're blessed with the crystal power, right? This would be easier with 3 black mages in the party, if you ask me. Ah! Why 3? Ow! Gnomes with a full-size bookcase is pretty good, I know, right? What? I need an antidote. That hit the spot. Something I ate really didn't agree with me. You saved my life. On the turn, I'll tell you about a shortcut to Miralka Basin. Just take the stairs over here. They lead straight to the secret tunnel. Wow, thank you. You know, I think it would be enough if you knew that I kinda that I stole your shit. What can I do for you? Dr. Shalko knows all about the tunnel to Miralka Basin. We all gnomes here, can't find a friendlier bunch, no siree. Okay, but why does it have to be so small even here? Like, I mean, you just make it normal size, but make the background bigger. Like, make the trees, not trees, the grass big, like big as trees. Not everything has to be tiny. That doesn't make sense. The living woods are somewhere out there in the world. I hear the fairies that live there are the cutest things. You smell funny. Evil. Why would you say that? What can I do for you? Blind. Oh, we do have blind. I really need 3 fucking black mages now? Eh. Gnomish bread has magical properties. It's got the same effect as the side spell. 1 bite of gnomish bread and the whole world will spread out below you, man. 4 out. What the fuck? What does that mean? Displayed a detailed map. Oh. Oh, don't. Fine. What other... Wait, not here. Why is the gnomish bread in in different place? My goodness, 80? So they want me to change my job? Oh. But Mom! Wait, not arrow. I don't need that. Fuck! Well, I'm gonna leave that for somebody else. Baby. I wasted my money! Like an idiot! It's only... Oh, actually. Grzegorz, why do you want to use both swords at once? Like something wrong with you? Casts fire when used in battle. Sure. Where am I go? Ooh. Mithril rod. Actually, you know what? Wait. If you are using mini, those mithril, those shields even work? I'm confused. Training becomes a practice in shell climbing, a valuable skill amongst gnome librarians. Oh god. I know what I'm doing, but you'll figure it out. Run quickly! Oh, what is this? It looks like a bat. Well, bat's head, rather. Why was this bat beheaded? Oh, door. Okay, I see now. Many gnomes die from improper shelf installments. We need to go back, 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 we need to go back. They want 3 black mages. They have a bow. There's a black mage? What the fuck? Blizzard, fire, sleep. Blizzard, fire. To give you something. Blizzard or fire? Because I don't know myself. Fuck it. Both. What if we changed him to red mage? He should be able to use both, right? Cure, Blizzard, Arrow. So, I don't know. Maybe that's not a good idea, actually. But I think. Oh, I see. Different jobs give you different, what's the word? Get the fuck out. Amounts of spell slots. Didn't think about that before. But I guess there's really no need to use a red mage. Even Shrek has to be a knight. A knight? What am I saying? A black mage. Ah! Oh my god. Whee! What a tunnel! Oh my god, look at them. They even have different positions. Look at that stance. Is Grzegorz a gold soldier? I guess. Trying, I guess. Oh, I'm here. I don't know why I'm here, but I'm here. You know... Enterprise. This reminds me that I don't really know what I did any of this in the first place. Oh, cave. Didn't even St. Christmas Jr. Oh. Cave. What the fuck? You said the Vikings, not pirates? We're Vikings, pillagers of open sea! Or, well, we used to be. A woolly old sea dragon showed up after the earthquake and wrecked all our ships. All but one, the Enterprise, was spared. But we can't set sail with that monster still out there. Wow, money. This grog is the only thing holding me together. A Viking ain't a Viking unless he's sailing the ocean waves. Just rest in my eyes. The boss ain't got a clue how to handle the sea dragon. How's a Viking supposed to fight a monster like that? And the building in the keep is Neptunep Temple. Pops oughta know more about it, ask him. Did the guy sleep? No. Who's this? What can I do for you? Apparently nothing. Thank you. Maiden's guess. Oh my god, the gnome scammed me. I've been scammed. Ooh. I want to save, I keep pressing wrong buttons. Hello? I wasn't hiding, no. I was just waiting for Pops, that's all. Get the fuck out of my way, I'm trying to steal from you. Sure, as you're born, I'm the oldest Viking here. I know more than most about the Neptune Dragon. That vicious beast is meant to sleep in his temple for eternity. But ever since the great earthquake, something's roused the dragon from its slumber. Now it ravages any ship that sails the seas. Is that all? What do you have to say? Seriously? This. Does the gnome have a pickaxe? I did. Nor. Please, only not that. What are these balls? Why even is this here? What? Pandora. Fire. Blizzard. I've tried everything, but I just can't win against that sea dragon. If you get rid of that monster, I'll give you anything. I'd even give you the Enterprise. We got a deal? I wouldn't get on a boat right now if I were you. Everyone who sails along the coast gets attacked by the street dragon. It must be the legendary Neptune dragon from the temple. There's no other explanation. Get the fuck out, I'm trying to talk to one person. Looking for the boss? That's him over there. He's become a total layabout. See. See. See how it is. Oh. Whee! Why can I do this? I ain't boarding the Enterprise, even if it is seaworthy. The sea dragon will just come after us. Ooh. Ah! Didn't mean to do this. What is this? I didn't check it. Oh, now I can go there, never mind. Fire! Burn the fucking bear! Ooh. Ooh, that's a head. It's the temple. What's all the bear hate? I don't hate bears. I hate this specific bear. I think he ate something, or is maybe he's haunted. Realistic water. Okay, everyone is miniaturized. Let's go. The party enters through the dragon's eye socket. I didn't even know this was a requirement. I thought we only needed to be tiny to get into the freaking gnome village. Ah! Petite, what is this? Don't do that. Looks like Pokemon. It does look like Pokemon. Which hole do we fall in? Guys, left or right? Left or right? Right? I don't know directions. Serpent sword! I think you picked the correct one. Bloodworm. Kill yourself. Imagine failing a coin trip. Coin trip? Coin flip, I cannot freaking speak. Look at it! God damn it! Where rat is attacking me? Mom, I'm being attacked by rats. A giant rat? No, no gem for you. I'll nibble anyone who tries to take it. This is a rat. Returns with a vengeance. No! Pira! No, I could only use one. Uh-oh. Owie! 35? What? How much health does this thing have? Oh! Rest in fucking pieces, Gregors. Yeah! Gregors didn't make it. Yippee! Nepto Eye. Ooh. Okay, question. How do I get out of here? Wait, I can't get out of here this way. Oh, I thought it was... I think it only go into... I thought this was one direction thing.
I see you're trapped in my gay and stupid maze again.
Ugh. I thought there was a hole in the ground, not stairs. Wow, poison bat. Jesus. Don't poison me! That's usually to know holes in the ground. But no! Refuses to use a Phoenix down. No Phoenix down! Not worth it. Not at this point. Shell helm. Shell armor. No, Phoenix down. No, Phoenix. Wait, I can't read. Lilliputian? What? Uh-oh. 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 We are in trouble. Sort of. Kind of. Not really. A little bit. Enough! Enough! I have to go back. Now to return to Neptune's Dragonite to its rightful place. Canoe! The party put the missing eye in the empty socket. It is I, Neptune the Sea Dragon. I thank you for returning my eye. It is no ordinary gem. It is the vessel for my soul. Without it, my physical manifestation cannot be controlled. But my way of thanks, I bequeath to you the Fang of Water. Use its power to destroy those obstacles that might block your path. Wow! Water has lost that which once shimmered within. That which caused the great earthquake also trapped the light of the elements deep within the earth. I beseech you, please, restore our life. Light, not life. The Neptune Dragon resumed its slumber. What? No. We have one lesson. You got guts, I'll tell you that. Thanks. Oh my word, you really are the bee's knees. Clearly impressed. So brave, so strong. You are bona fide heroes. Bona fide. Sorry. A Viking's word is his bond. The enterprise is yours. Oh my word, you really are the bee's knees. Oh my god, really. Can I sleep in here? No. God damn. Okay. You younglings have done what none of us could and assuaged the dragon's fire. Thank you. You're such kiddos. No. Oh god. Oh my goodness. Right. Mimir. How do I become big again?
Hello, everyone.
Biggie, hello! You got guts. You got guts. You got guts. You got guts. Now I can get some real shot eye. You mean that before wasn't good enough? We are stealing the sheep. I mean, The sheep. The ship. Technically, they gave it to me, but you know, where can I dream of having guts? Listen, I was trying to get on a fucking ship. Leave me alone. Seahorse! Oh my god, Eve, why are you standing on the freaking edge? On the freaking railing. Stop it. Evil lives on the edge. I did not know that made sound. I'm sorry, I was scared of it. Oh my god. Why are the horses so strong? Actually, the horses are not strong. We are weak because we are freaking babies right now. This is a problem. Fuck it. Run away from the ship! Abandon the ship! Oh my god. Fucking dead! Ah! How's everyone doing? I'm doing pretty good. How are you doing? Can you unmini yourself? Strings are on strings to target. Oh! I might have... Oh, I can use another one. Hold on. Drek, go back to your... monked. Now I've got the ship. Now we can go anywhere. See anything. Visit all the ladies of the land. Just kidding. Rebel then? Sure kidding? Isn't the King Argus supposed to know something about airship engines? The Golgans are a sightless race. I hear they never leave their gulch. I wonder if they really can tell the future. Who the fuck? What? What's wrong with you? Oh my god! Ah! Killer fish. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Bong them! I want to rest. Oh, never mind. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna get scammed again. I forgot this is not the freaking... What's the word? Gnome village. no. But listen, we got something. Wait, what? Didn't I get like... I'm confused. Oh, Grzegorz is wearing those. Never mind. I was like, what are those new items? Also, let me check this bread. What does it do? Oh. So it just shows me places I haven't been to yet? Or something? Oh no, never mind. It doesn't really do anything on that special. Where's that house? With that girl who was sad about this dude leaving. Oh my Dash, is that you? No, you're mistaken. What? Dash! Sorry, but there's something I have to do. I'll be waiting for a return. What the fuck? Okay. This guy's weird. This guy doesn't give a fuck about anything. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Oh fuck. Start again. Oh wait. Fuck. Not cure. I'm stupid. I cured a fucking fish. Bonk. 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 Hello? What is this? Where are we? Oh, cool. Ah, mercy. There's nothing here of value, I swear. What the fuck? Please spare me! What? Fuck? Hey, child. What the heck is going on here? Get out of here! Please spare the child! Oh, you're not with the soldiers? My apologies. I assumed those brutes were back to finish what they started. They took my husband captive and headed west into the desert. They bore the crest of King Argus. I pray that my husband is unharmed. Please let him still be alive. King is evil. Nothing of value. But I want to steal. Okay. Yeah. Get out of there. Cider. Cochon. One of the soldiers dropped this banner after they attacked their village. It bears the crest of Argus. King Argus? That can't be right. Well, you see. Some things are not like what they seem. Beyond the desert, far, far to the west, is a village full of eccentric people who claim to be descended from the ancients. Whatever that means. Ooh. There's a monstrous evil roaming the western desert. It's a huge tree! A tree that moves on its own, I tell you! Hey. Lamia scale. Hey, get out, I'm trying to get out. Eh. Never mind, I thought there was something here. The mayor of Toko lives here. If you want to know about our plight, you should ask him. Oh, I want to steal from you. Sorry, I'm busy. Mayor! There's a hidden staircase in the hearth that leads to the storeroom with a weapon and a few other things. We're peaceful folks and no one is prepared to fight. Please take whatever you need to save our town. I'm the mayor of this town. We've been beset by soldiers coming from the western desert since the quake. They seize our food supplies and capture our able-bodied citizens. The town is on its knees and there's nothing we can do to stop them. Not good. What? Satsu. Oh! Sensetsucon. 3-section staff. What the fuck? Kenpogi! Right, it's all for you. Were there any other fireplaces before? Because now this tells me that there might have been something in other houses I haven't visited. I mean, that I have visited, Jesus. Like in different towns. But I guess the map would tell me that. What the fuck is this? Lizard man! Well, finally Grzegorz is doing something. He was so useless for the longest time. What are you? The fuck is this? I'm confused. I'm lazy. Quickly. Do it for me. Griffins! Griffins! And all that stuff. Whoa. Wee. Getting. Can you tell I'm getting sleepy? Chocobo. Smells like chocobos. I want to know what's up with this. What do you want me to use here? Want to use everything. Rather try to use everything. Well, maybe I shouldn't be using weapons. Oh. This? Cure? No. Bread? Herbs? What do you want from me? Maiden's kiss. Guess we just don't know. Chocobo, tell me. Tell me, what do I use here? Village of the Ancients. Hello. We are descendants of the Ancients, creators of civilization as you know it. We live in harmony with nature, as is our creed. It's a child. I dare you to circle the whole continent on the Chocobo. I'll give you a prize if you do. Oh my god. Prize, no! We need to unstress. Why are they all bald? Headband. Mage robe. Oh. But these things are expensive. The Wrath of Light. A catastrophic flood of power was caused by the Ancients. They used the crystals to harness the power of light, but struggled to contain its burgeoning energy. Light was unleashed on the world, causing untold ruination to all of humanity. In the end, 4 warriors from the world of darkness came and subdued the flood of power. The few remaining ancients regrouped and came to live here in this village. Would you believe me if I said this whole continent was floating in the air? It's true, the ancient discovered a way to suspend a very earth, a wonder, that continues to this day, to this day. The Tower of Owen provides the power that keeps us afloat. Us, not is. Get right. Chocobos nest in the forest due east of here. Have you been by any chance? I have. I don't know what they want though. Light and dark are living forces. When the time is right, they choose 4 young heroes unto whom they bequeath their powers. The Warriors of Dark were 4 such people, chosen to save the world from the wrath of light. But the balance has shifted once more, and it is up to you to restore the light. Do not abuse this awesome power. Awesome power! We have but one rule: surrender to the greater will of the world. One cannot rely on modern machinery. I see how it is. Blind na? Hela porta. This is the only one I'm gonna get. Because everything is expensive. And this one is actually gonna be useful. That's it, I guess. Stop hiding. Oh, 120. Crazy. Altar cave. Oh, I haven't seen everything either. Chocobos, Village of the Ancient. It has an item somewhere. Kazus has an item they haven't found it, or where is the item? Where is it hidden? How do I find it? Dude, help me. You have to find the item. Well, you don't have to, but I want to. I'm like this feels like mowing the lawn, because I have to touch the every square. To figure out where the fucking hidden item is. Wait. Yeah, I found it! I didn't know they can be in the trees. I'm gonna try running on the Chocobo. I didn't think this is a terrible idea, but I'm gonna try. Can you not get attacked when you're on a chocobo? Whoa. Look at his speedy heads? Legs. Oh, whoops, not here. Gotta check out go fast. I did it! Child, give me my reward. You actually went and did it! You made it all the way around the continent on Chocobo. Here's your prize. Gnomish bread, fuck! Seriously? Out of everything! It's a bread! Piece of bread? They try... Nothing happens. I want to know what to put here. There's a village over here, but that one will be difficult to reach. Can you get over here? Can you go over here? Ah! What the fuck is this? Yeah. Oop, oop, oop. What is this? Ah, Gorgon? That's not how a Gorgon looks like. You can't lie to me like this. Yeah. How am I supposed to get rid of this thing on the in the desert? Chocobo Forest. Locations, there's more than one? What the fuck? Anyway. I want to go back over there and check those, those places for all the items I've missed. Lee! I don't want to fight! Pierogi! Vanya! Hi! Wait. 3 puzzles. Or... Oh, okay. So... there's still an item somewhere here that I have missed. Ah, fuck. I will find it. I'm already a bit here. But... how's FF3 so far? It's pretty good. It's difficult for me to say whether I like it more than the previous ones. I quite like 2, despite what people say. And I'm like, this is a bit different. I feel like everything is going so fast, but there's a second map apparently, so whoopsie. Never mind. Old man. Where's the hidden item? Oh, actually. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow, ow. I want to find a hidden item. Where is it? Touching the walls. Looking for clues. Ah, fuck. I need to go in. Already been here. What the f— oh my god, I got scared of this dude. Can't believe myself. Anything I can yoink? Yeah, mama, when? What does that mean? Emote? What? Oh. 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 Okay, I found it. I found it. I can go back to Ur. Ur. Ah. Bee. Not the bee. Would be funny. Imagine it's Freddie Mercury leaning back with the mic and have. Yeah, I guess that would be pretty good. How many items am I missing here? Just one? I don't remember. Ah! I found it. She was standing in the way before. Get the fuck out of my way! Eh? Ah, fuck. I walked back in. Okay, over here. Right, I didn't know there were hidden things before, so it makes sense, I suppose. Makes sense that I won't miss this. Thousand kill! Wow. Ah. What? Wait. Wait, have I not been here before? The fuck? Bro. What are these? Okay, I think Proton was right. I thought I came from this cave and turns out that I just missed it. Which is stupid because now I don't need any of this shit. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I've been here. Oh, they fell down. Okay, that makes sense. They wanted me to revisit this for some reason. It's silly. That's silly. Really sleepy. Well, I'm close to 4 hours, so makes sense, I suppose. Get me out of here, Crystal. Eepee. Eepee. And start the walls. Is there everything? This cave? Yes. Okay. Ah, I didn't mean to go in. So we can hack out again. Woohoo! God damn it, the enemy that only does the one freaking damage to you. Yeepy. There's two, well, there's something over here, there's something over here, and there's something over here, but I don't think I should go over there right now. I know I should get rid of the freaking creature on the... what's it called? The desert, but... I'm not sure how to get to it. Ooh. Castle? Is this what the... oops, what the king is? Ooh, Castle Argus. It is. Ooh. First things, I gotta make sure I steal everything I can. Ooh. Why is there so much money in here? The door is locked. What? What do you mean? Damn it. No matter. I already stole enough. Okay. What the fuck? Ooh. Bomb fragment. Tranquilizer, what the heck? Why am I finding so many cursed items here? Why is nobody here? All of the round table. I am the king. Hello? 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 Hmm. What the fuck? I need a key or some shit? No, not the horse! Jesus. What is this? Frog! Frog man? No! I remember them mentioning the Tower of Owen before. I don't remember in what context though. Become frog. Ah. Are we... No, we're not poisoned. Beep, beep, beep. Yes! No, they won't let me in. Maybe I want to get sucked into a freaking... What's it called? Water... something. I know what I'm saying, guys. My brain is lost. Jesus Christ, I got confused in menus. Lost in the menu. Back in here to heal myself. Oh no. How is my... Oh god damn it, they're silenced still. God damn it. Where is everybody? Are the people from this castle the frogs? Habab, habab, habab. No. No. Let us leave. I swear to God. Hold on, I'm busy doing shit, stupid shit. I can't get over there. Fuck. Never mind. Mama. Mama. God damn it. Become rogue. Will you leave me alone? God damn it. Back to the weird tower. Ah! Kill the stupid fish! My friendship with fish coming to an end. Petite mage. You sure about that? No! Kill it! Shall we dive under? How exactly are we supposed to do that? Maybe we have to become frogs first. I have to become frogged? How do I frog? How do I frog myself? Or Dareg, what the fuck? Oh my god. I don't know how to become frog. Q, help me! Turn me into frog! I can remove Toad. But I need to become frog. I don't know why I'm trying to talk to them. As if I would understand. Don't know how to become frog. Do 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 do. Oh, what the fuck is this? Bong bong bong. You know, I just realized something. I need to go take a shower, but if I leave my room, my dog is gonna start screaming. And I'm gonna get yelled at for waking people up. Living woods? Oh, fairies! The elder tree of these woods was cursed and carved into the shape of a monstrous castle. Now it wanders the desert aimlessly. You must help! The mage who changed the elder tree into a modern creature can change his weakness. Then what? One who can see through his deception may be able to defeat him. These woods are alive. We are the fairies who inhabit these woods. Well, don't you say. I hear the cries of the woods. They weep for the elder tree that has made these woods his home for 10,000 years. That great tree was cursed by a despicable mage and left the woods behind. Ein, the royal advisor of Castle Argus, is the one who cursed the elder tree to wander the land. Without the elder tree, these woods will soon perish. Our home, our friends, the trees will wither away. Have you heard of Hein? He used the barrier shift spell to change his weakness. I see? Question mark? But like, you didn't tell me anything. I'm confused. I know what they want, technically, but... I don't know how to get to the freaking tree. What the fuck was that? Did you said shadow? Let me leave. How do I talk to you? I'm missing something for sure. Don't fire me! No, it's my favorite part in any game is getting lost and like visiting every single spot on the map. What the fuck is that underneath? Okay, hold on, but there's still something here. What is this? More chocobos! Well, anyway. Gul'gan Gulch. Oh! Well, I did mention this. This is Gul'gan Gulch. You should know that the Gul'gans are born sightless. However, we make up for a lack of vision with a sixth sense. Some of our kind can even see the future. We share the wind crystal, source of light, and that whose power has been bestowed upon you. Henceforth, you must go to the crystal of fire, water, and earth. It will grant you greater powers than you already possess. The great earthquake was only the beginning. The tremors tore the land asunder. The crystals, sources of the world's light, were swallowed into the depths as monsters emerged from the chasms, now scaring the earth. Yet that was nothing compared to the catastrophe to come. I see a future of both light and darkness. But this is by no means set in stone. The living woods, the sentient forest, calls to you. I see a future above light and darkness. Okay, I already said that. You will stay sequestered away in this gulch, for those who know the future should not dare to influence fate. When crimson flames threaten the tower's destruction, he who alters the fate's curse, Horus will awaken to his destiny. I sense the fire crystal's power is centered on the island of the dwarves. The earth's power sealed away the other 3 sources of light. The earth crystal may have been sealed in a similar fashion. I have no idea what it's fucking saying. I have been expecting you. Take this spell and use it to enter the Tower of Owen to the north. Your destiny awaits you there, Desh. Toad? I received a toad! Mage robe? Ooh. Okay. I wasn't crazy, I just missed this. Equip. Oh. Ew. Get no frog. Or toad. Look at us! We are frog! Something's telling me I gotta go to Tower of Owen. Well, don't you fucking say. The guy's right about me. My destiny is waiting for me there. Oh, I cannot speak to you even though I'm a frog, just like you? That sucks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We need to get the fuck out of here. Quickly. Alright, we're frogs now. Let's get going. She's probably on frog. Oh. I cannot unfrog. Ooh, what? No! God damn. Oh. Welcome to the Tower of Owen. I hope you like it here, for it shall be your final resting place. This place looks familiar. What? Why are we frogs again? God damn it. Sounds comfy. I think I'm pressing wrong buttons. I need to unfrog us. I'm sorry, but this fucking sprite of this frog is killing me. Oh my god. The frog death is top tier. I know. I want to see more of them laying flat. I'm evil. Why are they so strong? Like, it would only be better if the little tongue were out. Yes. You're right. 69! God damn it. Eve didn't want to be frogged. Oh. Ugh. Anyway, it's been 4 hours, so I think I'm gonna end here. But I'm having a little I'm big. I'm having a lot of fun with the game. It's fun. When I final to 5 Fantasy. Oh god. I'm having a lot of fun with the game, so it's pretty nice. I will be back with it on... Well... I think next week. I think next week I'll be back because on Saturday we have an Among Us collab with Eve for well, we're celebrating her 500 subscribers. On Monday we're playing Are We There Yet Again with Sajini. We're gonna be finishing the game. And then on Wednesday I'm gonna do more art. So Thursday for more Final Fantasy. Unless I, for some reason, feel like I'm doing another stream additionally, but I don't know. I have a lot of things to do, so probably not. The stream. Thank you for hanging out. Let me see. Let's raid Mimi. Let's raid Mimi. I will hydrate, thank you. One for the road. Thank you. I'm gonna raid Mimi and then I'm gonna go sleep.